Fling, how are you? Yeah, the gavel.
Here's your gavel.
Oh, no,
No, you
I don't use that
can't.
stuff.
Gavel.
We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's the regular meeting Thursday, May 16th, 2024 at 5:30. Damn Chocolate Administration Building. Mr. Kroll, can you?
Yes,
call the
sir.
members, please.
Here we go. Mrs. Crumley,
Present.
Mrs. Paez,
Present.
Mrs. Cameron,
Present.
Mr. Orozco,
Present.
Mr. Kroll present.
All right, Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among the United States.
All right. And with that, on to approval of agenda.
Mr. President, members of the board, there's a couple of items to be removed and to consolidate. So we are going to remove item 6E from reports. These two student athletes are competing at the state track tournament.
Yay.
And so that's exciting. We'll recognize the powerlifters at another board meeting. And on item 8B, only the application is going to be considered instead of the application and the budget. Because the budget is included with the overall district budget on 8N. So those are the only two revisions to the agenda.
May I ask, that was 8B?
8B, only the application will be considered, not the budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on to public comment. We have
There
nothing.
was no one that registered
Okay.
for public comment.
So on to reports.
Yes, so I'm super excited. We have several celebrations. The first one we'd like to do is Andrea Garcia. Did you come here, Andrea? Is Andrea here? No, darn it. So she actually won the state Spanish spelling bee.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty amazing. So we'll catch up with her later. And then we also want to recognize our regional spelling bee finalists. And if the board would like to shake their hands, we have from Red Mountain Middle School, Diego Quintana. Should we go after that? Should we go after that? And we have some more then. You guys can give those. And we also have Athena Aquino from Chaparral. Come on up to the. Let's go out. So what word did you spell to become a finalist?
Moved on to the regional, pretty sure it was like
Something.
excursion or something.
Let's see, this one is.
Excursion.
What does that mean?
This back.
I'm always a teacher, Diego. Always a teacher. Come on and get a picture. Let's put it over. Would you mind taking a picture? Yes. Fine. And Mom, you're welcome. Okay. Congratulations. We're really proud of you. Yep, you guys can just stay there and I'll read them off because we have some more. Mr. Sarico, are you here? Did he show up yet? Okay, well, I am gonna just show everyone what his class produced. So Mr. Sarico is a math teacher for Members Valley High School. And I'll send the video out on what he did to get to this point with his kids. What he found is that students were having a hard time. They thought, algebra was boring, quadratic equations, blah, blah, blah. And as a former math teacher, I can totally relate. And this just really speaks to my heart because he cooperated with the art teacher, who is, I believe, here, right? Do we have our art teacher here from the high school? Mrs. Yeah, Miss Pettis. I know it wasn't Mr. Kriegel. That's why I didn't call Mr. Kriegel up here. Ms. Gutierrez, and the two classes. So what the kids did is they, went through and they wrote their own word problems. And then the art class illustrated what they did. And I'll send out the video that Mr. Sarico did that kind of shows the process of how they got to this point. And then they published it. And then they gave me a signed copy, but we have ordered copies for every library and also for the board. So we will get those signed. This is a pretty cool, I cried because, you know, when kids do really cool things, I cry. Because it just makes me so proud, that they get it. Like, you can read this and you can say, these kids are getting it. Like, they're getting a really good learning experience in that math class. So this was super exciting to see. And so if you guys would just give Mr. Sarico, Ms. Gutierrez, and their kids a round of applause. And then we have a junior prize winner, film prize, junior New Mexico winner. And that was from DIS. Her name's Hannah Gutierrez. Is she here? Yes. Where's Hannah? Come on, Hannah, you gotta come on. Mr. Kriegel, do you have, were you part of this with,
Yeah, the whole media club was, yes.
do you have more media club kids?
Got one.
Can you give a little description of what you guys did and how successful this young lady was and your team was?
Ah. No, you'll get a phone line spot. Where do you want me to talk from?
Here.
Oh.
Come on down here.
So we've been doing the Film Prize, Junior New Mexico competition for 3 years now?
Yeah.
3 years. Our program is the most winning program in the state of New Mexico. Ms. Gomez is shy, but she's the face of the program. I'm a co-sponsor for it. And basically, students put together short films. And so we work on these films. And what's great about this program is you work with every aspect. So you have to come up with a synopsis, which is the story for your short film. This whole competition takes into the script writing of this program as well. So you have to write a script for your short film. It goes into the filming process. Hannah was actually an animation, which is probably the most difficult out of the different genres of the competition. But we have Sarah who's on here as well, who did a thriller and who's done an animation as well. Then it goes into the filming and then into post-production, the editing. And they even make them go through the whole marketing side of it. How do they advertise and market their films as well? So it's a great program. But yeah, just to reiterate, we're the biggest thing in the state so far. So as far as bringing home trophies and winning the competition. Hannah, sixth grader, so we're gonna have her for 6 more years. We're super excited. And Hannah did something for the first time in the program's history, and that was clean sweep. So she won Best Animation. She also won Audience Choice, which is the second highest award. And then she won the Judges Award, which is the highest honor at the competition. So on the high school side, we had one of our dramas win the Founder's Choice Award. And then we brought home Audience Choice, second highest award, Audience Choice for one of our documentaries, which was focusing on students, our high school students who work in the fields and their dreams and aspirations of moving forward in life. And so, yeah, a productive year for Wildcat Productions and Media Club. April and Mikey are amazing officers this year. Sadly, we're losing April and Sarah to graduation. I mean, we're not sad, we're happy for you, but they've been a big part of this program, and so we're happy and excited to send them on their way, but we're gonna miss them. But we've got Mikey coming back, and obviously Hannah, and I don't know if the rest of our crew made it here.
And I hear you, but I think they got lots of them.
Yeah.
But.
There we go.
There we go. Come on up to the front, guys.
Some time anymore. Also that they created school-wide high video that shows up,
Yeah.
or shows up, or different programs. So that was a school, a year-long event, and they've been on conduct. You guys haven't seen it? You guys have to go to our World Cup Production YouTube and check out all of their hard work.
So yeah, the hype videos on our YouTube channel, all the films we made this year are on there, and then all the films we've made in the past will be on there as well. So if you want like one location to see everything we've been doing over the last 3 years, it's DHS Wildcat Productions, right?
Yeah, 24, yeah.
Yeah, you know, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. What's great about Mariana and Canari though, they put this hype video together while filming their film for the competition as well. They did a thriller, Mirrored Shadows for the competition as well. So that's not an easy feat, to do basically 2 films in 1 year. So, you know.
Awesome. Congratulations. For putting the work into it, because we know it couldn't happen without you guys, so we appreciate you and the opportunities you give our kids, so thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So Nico's here? Yeah, or they said he was like a block away. Okay, well, we'll recognize him after, once he gets here. But now we have, moving on, we have a couple of pretty special, awards. Every year, the School Boards Association, the State School Board Association, allows every school board to pick a person, a group of people, a department, for a special award, which is an Excellence in Student Achievement Award. And, this year, we decided to nominate 2 schools because consistently they have had strong, not only academic data, they have strong school culture. They have a culture of learning, a culture of collaboration, and we're super proud of their work. And so the first school being recognized is Bell Elementary. Come on, guys. All of So Melanie, I don't know if you want to say anything about your staff, but I'm super proud of the work. All of our schools do a great job of providing great opportunities for our kids, but it is important that we recognize when we see that growth and that stability that you guys have shown over the last several years, especially coming back from the pandemic. So I don't know if you have anything you'd like to say.
I do want to say that it's the staff from our custodians. If you walk into the school, it is super clean. It goes all the way from the staff and from the custodians all the way to the teachers in the classrooms, and everybody works hard. They have created a culture of high expectations and building positive relationships all at the same time. So it's hard to do that, but they come to work every day with that dedication. So it's there. They do the heavy lifting. I'm so proud of them.
Doing that proudly in your school. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank
And the other school that we nominated and was accepted is Early College High School. Again, go ahead, give them a run. That I think that options for kids is really important, and I think early college provides that option for students who want to get those 2 years under their belt of school and credits, and that is just an awesome opportunity. Again, there's high expectations. It's not an easy thing, but there's a culture of support, and so if early college would come up, we really appreciate all you've done for your kids.
I don't know what to do. Come on, come on. Oh, it's good. Especially if you have a rope. Yes, I do.
Mr. Simpson, you're welcome to say a couple of things if you'd like or not. But
Well, no, I just appreciate my teachers that are here tonight, and it really is a difficult thing to maintain high expectation, but also support, and I think Melanie said that well. Maybe that's the secret, is trying to combine those two things, but, our school works really hard to do that. And, a lot of that comes from, was said by Dr. Bailey, we have arguments all the time. And, we work out productive, to maintain that high expectation and balance it out. And then our teachers do the same thing in the classroom. And so really proud.
congratulations, we are grateful for that. And then, last but not least, we already recognized you, but we missed you, Mr. Sadico, so come on in. You have your kids? We would love to meet them. Yeah, we have more. So, thank you for coming. We appreciate you being here. I shared with them the book, but I'll let you just give kind of a quick, brief overview of how that process has been. And students, you guys did amazing, let me tell you. This is amazing. Yeah.
We want to read it.
Yes, I wasn't giving mine away.
It's
but-
not free, but you know.
So students, real quick, why don't you tell us? I know we need to get on to our business meeting, but I would like to hear from the students as far as, how did this process go for you? Like, what did you think about it? They're not answering you, Mr. Study. No takers? No, you're fine. We are super proud of this book. And I don't know if you guys knew this, but we bought copies for all of our libraries and also for our school board members. So we're going to get this out into our students. So yeah, you did a great job. So you want to kind of give a quick, just real quick brief, like what was the process like and either any of you. I didn't want to tell
Watch the online. They have. Yeah. But I didn't get to see like. That's right.
Good evening, my name is Destiny Escalante. And we are from English Valley High School. My name is Suri Tavares.
Este es nuestro proyecto y es llamado Algebra and Art. Y este libro está dedicado para estudiantes, maestros y familiares. Y estas son nuestras firmas de los que lo creamos y los que lo dibujaron.
About this book, many high school students have a fear and even loading of math word problems. But now, there is a way to make word problems fun and engaging for all levels of high school students. Algebra and art is a compilation of real words, right? Word problems created by actual high school students from Mr. Senico's Algebra 1 class at Members Valley High School, and a collaboration of genuine art students from the DPS art class at David High School. If you want to experience math in a fun and creative way, you must read this book. The colorful illustration helps students picture how to solve problems and challenge them with real words. The students will beg to work out this problem and enjoy solving them without complaining. This book is win-win in world and academics. These are our 7 different topics. These are the page numbers. This is the first topic of first word problem, the equations and inequalities. This is the picture based on our word problem, that which our illustrators made. Our word problems are more based on real life, where we can be more related to. Meet the authors, Mr. Serico, Editor 1 class. And meet the artist, meet the drawing class. If you want to start the first, you can go to the next one. Or you can go to this link. The link is businesspressure.com.
So take a picture of that.
That is 830967.
I'll just take a picture so they can.
For me, it's like, if you like, the size, like, you would need to store, and if you're like in high school and elementary school, this book can help you to learn more articles. And if you don't like the work problems like me, you can like see it and read it so you can understand it more. So yeah, I think that everything is fine. And my experience of this book, I didn't like it. Because I'm not, sorry, I'm not a lot in word problems because we see it's more hard to do them. But in each topic, it will be more easier, we'll get more ideas and being more creative about we're living. So, yeah, it was pretty fun. I left, and more because we help each other. And yeah.
A mí me ayudó más el libro, especialmente Mr. Perico, me ayudó más a entender más los trabajos, especialmente por los work problems, porque pues, hacía un trabajo yo y pues, algo me sacaba mal y pues mi mamá me decía, y pues ya lo corregía yo. No me olvidé. Pues, ya, pues nomás yo fui entendiendo más gracias a los work problems y pues al libro.
Have anything you want to add? And
I have a question. How much do the books to buy? So, we do have a file like in this material. The cheapest, like majority $5.
there's 3 options.
Yeah.
I think the least expensive is about $24, 25, and 22, and the most is like 35.
And the next book that is the same as that one is 35.
And we did order some for our elementary school and all of
You
our
ordered?
libraries, and so this district ordered some to put in our libraries.
But
Yeah, so thank you guys, appreciate what you've done on this study, bringing math to life. and for student guys to participate in it. Good job. Thank you. Way to go.
It's because this is that idea before that what if we create this create word problems each topic and if I have 8 students or 10 students and then we have 7 topics then we will have like 50, 60, 60 word problem and then compile it. But you know, I mean a lot of students and teachers, not teachers, students, let's say students, if they see words, they're not interested in words. But with the drawing and illustration, so like more interested in that. And then the idea that why not collaborate with our art teacher, art class, and then the art students will illustrate after properties. And then now we have a nice,
Very nice. Thank you.
Good.
You guys got your, yeah. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. You guys have a good evening.
Get stack up.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
I just want to check before we move on. Did Andrea Garcia come? Did she? Yeah,
she is.
okay, well, we got one more celebration. This is our state Spanish spelling bee champion. This is the second year you've won the state Spanish spelling bee? Yes. What word did you win with this year? I didn't hear that, sorry. Okay, well, congratulations. Could you spell it all over here? Get your picture taken.
She's, I don't know, but I spelled it right.
That's all that matters.
And she's an 8th grader. Wow. So we got a lot of years left of a winning streak, right? That's right.
Congratulations.
Does anybody know what that means?
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Now you can get on to the, oh, well, now we have an NEA.
Yeah.
So if you wanna.
Okay, on to NEA, Jimmy.
Members of the board. The president and superintendent. So I forgot to tell Charles what I was talking about, but it was a very quick thing. Just wanted to give you an update on collective bargaining. Because the budget has been so delayed and everything, and they have been scrambling last minute in the last month and a half to finalize all of that stuff. We haven't had enough time to really meet and finalize little details for the collective bargaining. And we also, once we've finalized it, I have to send it to members to vote on. And so we'll probably end up finishing it up the next school year. Not a huge deal. We did it last year the same way. We kind of ended up finishing. So that's about it. The only other thing is I did want to address, somebody had said something about the pay always fluctuates anytime that we have extra days or anything. But the truth of the matter is, I've been in the district for over a decade. We've actually never lost days. This is the first year we have. Like I said, I don't know if farther back it's ever happened, but this is the first time we've ever lost days and lost pay in that way. I have been looking at the financials that just got sent to me. Because of the 3% raise, it should be really, really close to even for most teachers, even with the loss of the 5 days. So that's a massive yes. You know, so most people won't see a big difference in the checks. Sam, for any questions?
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Also move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Cole, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron.
Yes.
Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Mr. Crowe.
And with that, we're on to action items.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, our first action item A is an approval of Skills USA. And Mr. Ortiz is here. It's another one of those awesome programs that gives kids great opportunities. They're seeking approval for out-of-state travel.
Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez, I come to you today to ask for approval for our reigning state officer who was reelected this past spring at the State Leadership and Skills Conference, Ashley Lopez. She was unable to be here tonight, but I'm asking for approval for her to travel to Atlanta, Georgia with her sponsor, Pam Works. That'll be at the end of June. We've fundraised the money throughout the school year. We registered, just want to make sure I have approval. Ashley is a voting delegate for the whole state of New Mexico, along with a few others. We have a young man from Hobbs High School who is running for a national officer slot. So very imperative that, you know, we have representation from our New Mexico schools. This year at our state leadership and skills conference, we were able to walk with 9 state champions. So it's very, very high level for our high school. Very proud of them. Our work really doesn't ever stop. So our fundraising efforts continue, our community service continues throughout the school year and the summer too. So,
Thank you for what you do.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions? Comments? I entertain a motion.
Also move approval of our out-of-state trip for Deming High School Skills USA to travel to Atlanta, Georgia to attend the National Leadership and Skills Conference June 24th through the 28th, 2024. Thank you for this.
Do I have a second?
So the pin, I'm sorry to.
No, you're okay.
The pin I gave you guys is student created. It gets voted on at our fall leadership conference. It was a student from Galvin Kinney's public schools and it was a hand drawn piece.
Beautiful, yeah.
That's awesome.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. Mr. Cole, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, action item B, Mr. Simpson, and the district is requesting approval of the Extending Equity into the Digital Workforce Grant. Is there anything you want the board to know about that grant before they make a decision?
No, it's just been a very effective grant in terms of trying to get more students involved in tech-related classes and fields. And so, it's had a big impact already, and we get it for 2 more years.
And this is just to be clear, this is for the application only, correct? This is the one.
No,
Talk
this is, yes.
Yeah.
It is the application only, not the budget.
All right, any questions, concerns, comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Also move the acceptance of Extending Equity into the Digital Workforce Grant.
Second,
I'll second.
motion and a second. Mr. Cole, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe.
Okay,
Mr. President, members of the board, Ms. Doyle, it's you to go through some of the final bars, hopefully, for this year.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. You do have a number of bars on the agenda today. Most of them thankfully are on the consent agenda, so I don't have to go over each of them. However, the ones that you have before you are all transfer bars. Number 20, the first one for Title I. This is actually moving funds so that we can cover additional compensation for the counselors at Members Valley and Deming High School for the additional work that they have done. Number 21 is for our ARP. I had not calculated any indirect cost on this to date because you cannot calculate indirect cost on construction.
I wanted to see what our construction was before I did that. So this is just moving the indirect cost so that we can charge that in the grant. This then becomes part of our operational money and we have a little bit more flexibility with it. So it's something that we do for any grant that allows us to. Not all grants allow that. The number 22, this is the very last little bit of our ESSER funds we do currently have in our construction account. We're moving into supplies. We'll just utilize that little bit for the supplies and we'll completely use up that grant. Number 23 for our idea B is just to cover negative balances in our salaries. 24 is for our out of school grant. We're moving to cover salaries. We're actually 24, 25, and 24 and 25 are both the same, just different functions to cover salaries for our out of school time grant. Then we have ECECD. This is also, we have very little funding left in this grant. We're moving it around so that we can fully utilize it and be done with this. And then finally, for our migrant grant, we're moving money so that we can pay for a nurse for our migrant summer program. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions?
Yes. Probably I'm the only one that has this question. Everyone else knows it. What does it mean by out of school grants?
So it is a grant that we receive so that we can pay for after school programs.
Oh, after school. Okay. Thank you. I should have known that.
And the ECD grant, what is that?
This is early childhood education.
Care
Department.
Care department.
Care department.
It's the pre-K and the like daycare type. So it's our pre-K program.
And we have to use this one up by the end of the year, so we're trying to move the money around so we can fully utilize all of our funding.
Any other questions?
With the migrant summer school, when does it start and are you guys gonna have a lot of kids?
Oh, Mr. Chavez is here. I know that's coming up like the first 2 weeks of June or the second 2 weeks.
It'll begin June 3rd for a planning day for our 5 teachers and we'll go to 2 full weeks.
Wow.
June 4th.
How many kids do you expect?
We're looking a little over 30, so we're servicing kinder through 5th grade.
Wow. And so are those kids gonna be transported from Columbus or?
Yeah, since Columbus has that HVAC project going on, we will be bringing the kiddos. So we have to hire with these help. We got crossing guards paid for and a bunch of other layers to make sure the kiddos are safe.
I see. Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I guess I'll make it, huh? I move approval of the budget adjustment request as presented to us tonight.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Paul, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumlow,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
On to item D.
Mr. President, members of the board, we are asking approval to purchase instruments for Red Mountain Middle School. I know Mr. Richmond and Mr. Lang are here. There was a description of why those equipment was needed. We do have approval from our ARP grant to pay for them. And if you have anything else to add.
Mr. President, member of the board, Superintendent Chavez, I just like to add a couple things and then I'm gonna turn over to Mr. Lang. He really knows about the instruments. I'm just here to support him. But anytime we can update the equipment that the kids are using, it definitely helps them to play at their best. He just performed an amazing concert the other night, and if you were to hear that and imagine what they could do with even better equipment, it's just gonna help raise the bar in the standards of excellence that he expects.
Mr. President, school board members and Superintendent Chavez, thank you for this opportunity and I hope that you approve this request. I was once told that you can't make superior sounds on inferior equipment. And it is absolutely true, and all my life, every time I go to teach, and I've been doing this for 38 years, I say, can we get this? And so every time I order things, I want to get the best of the best. We have small instruments, but I know for a fact that probably in the last 15 years, Red Mountain has not purchased any large equipment. They're talking about the food on like the tubas, the euphoniums, all these things. We have smaller things that are in good shape. Everything that we have has been handed down. And so, and our kids are amazing. I mean, when you hear them, they do what ask them to do, and without fail, they are one of the top groups of kids in this state. And when you put good, excellent, I'm talking like, Cadillac quality into their hands, it's going to be even better. And we'll I'll take care of it. And then it also cuts down on the cost of repairs because those are pretty low.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay,
Thank you.
entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the purchase of the music equipment from Wood and Wind Corporation, the agreement 712-23 for Red Mountain Middle School.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
And Mr. President, members of the board, action item E is the approval of the pre-K calendar. And Ms. Sweeney, do you have anything else to add to it? I believe you talked about it at a work session.
Yeah, there's no.
No changes to it. Okay, so with that, she'll stand for any questions and we seek your approval.
Questions or concerns, comments? Nothing? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Also move the approval of the pre-K academic calendar for SY 25.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you take roll? Please.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
With that, on to item F.
Mr. President, members of the board, this is a who are working to align their calendar with the university. They also sought parent input, and I believe you had a work session on it as well. So Mr. Simpson is here to answer any questions. Did anything change?
Nope.
Okay.
Still the same calendar as presented at the work session. And I can answer questions. We did have a really good response on the parent survey. And almost all of the parents in particular responded, and it's 95% of the parents were in favor of allowing this for students.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is different from the regular calendar.
It's similar. You'll notice if you compare the teachers start that first week like we do on the 16th. And you can see the dates. They're gonna do an open house. They have a first day of school for 9th and 10th grade.
It's for the staff, it's the same calendar, but for the students who are taking college classes, it's a late start and early release. Because
align
the
with the-
university calendar is so much shorter than the public school calendar.
And all of those students are, will be receiving college.
Yes.
None of them are both places.
Well, they will all have at least one high school class. All our students take AVID, which is our college support class on the high school side, but most of these students will have 12 to 14 college hours, so 4 college classes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the early college high school academic calendar for school year 24-25.
No, second.
Second.
Mr. Kroll, can you take roll? Please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley, Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Crolius.
G.
Action item G, Mr. President, members of the board, we're requesting approval, consideration and approval of the roof for my little school. And Ms. Stoffer is here to answer questions and go over any pertinent information.
Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. What you have before you is a price proposal for a roof observation services for my little school. So we're adding a classroom and a foyer and a multi-purpose room. New Mexico Public School Facility Authority requires us to hire a roof observation consultant when they're participating in projects. So we do this every big project where there's a roof. PSFA already has the list of the people, the companies we can use. I get a quote. And it's over 60,000, so I'm asking your approval. Yeah.
Questions? This is just for them to look at the roof and say, yeah, you can go ahead, or no?
They basically watch the contractor that's doing the roof to make sure they do it right. And I'm assuming this all came about, this requirement, because a long time ago, there were contractors that were cutting corners, and when you have a roof fail, it's catastrophic to the entire building, not just the roof. Someone must have done something to that.
Is this to all buildings or just because it's a elementary school or?
It's because they're participating in the cost, and it is a school, yes.
So if you did other roofs, you would use, what do you call it?
I would not, I have not hired a roofing consultant for the field house roof.
Because we didn't
It's not-
have participation from
Right, and it's
PSFA.
not-
Oh, okay.
Right,
I'm
right,
sorry, I didn't,
yes.
I'm slow, so.
So we have these added expenses because the state's participating. The same thing for HVAC for performance and control. They review the design. I put their notes on the blueprints, and then they come and do the test and balance according to their standards, just to make sure everything's right. So we have 3 different consultants on PSFA funded projects that we have to hire.
Thank you.
So that covers this doesn't cover the roof. This just covers the
Right.
company.
This is the
Right.
observation.
Wow.
It's-
That's
We're in the wrong
expensive.
business.
I'm thinking we're gonna get a roof out of this.
Right.
And if we say no, we don't get the roof, huh? Or
We don't get the building. We don't get to do the building. PSFA won't.
These prices,
All the red tape, huh?
these prices by the hour
Government.
were approved by the state of New Mexico through a competitive bidding process. So these are, they have a contract with the New Mexico Public School Facility Authority. It's a price agreement contract.
So when we built the schools, all the schools, we got help. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did we have to pay for this also?
they pay for 70% of it.
But they paid for someone to be on site to watch what they're doing? Is that basically
Like the roof.
the roof or the building or whatever is happening?
More for the roofs.
The roof, because roofs are considered a separate system from the building because they're that important.
Oh, okay.
So we had it for the high school, we had it for, we have it for Memorial, we have it for my little school.
If I may, what happens a lot of time with the construction of the roof pieces, you know, there are multiple phases of that. And so what this allows us to do is have someone on site to make sure that things are not buttoned up without having to see it first. So they're making sure that it's up to
So
code.
if the roof leaks, then we're not responsible. Somebody's gonna take care of it for us. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
That is correct.
So this company here that we're out paying $60,000 is gonna pony up the money to have it right because they messed
No,
up.
they will make the contract. for that.
It's like insurance.
Exactly, it's like,
Yeah.
Insurance.
Yeah.
It is a steep cost. It is alarming when you first see it, to have someone just be present to watch the work.
Well, you said 3 people are gonna be present.
different aspects.
Yeah.
HVAC, special inspections like concrete, sub tests, et cetera, and then the roof.
That's crazy. That's a lot of fun.
Any other questions?
60,000 is all it said.
And again, we're only paying 30%, the state paying the other 70%.
So it's actually more?
No, we're only.
No.
30%.
Say that again, I couldn't.
We're paying 30% of this cost,
Of the cost.
state's paying 70%.
Oh, okay.
And that's all across the whole project of my little schools. But it's still a lot of money.
Wow.
Any other
So
questions?
what's the total amount of the project? Of that roof?
Oh,
Top of your head, we don't need exact.
well, we don't have the roof broken out, you know what I'm saying? What was Memorial?
So the entire project for my little school that's inclusive of that is $5,245,795. PSFA is participating in that at about 3.199. The district's cost is about 2.05 million. This is kind of built within that entire project. And so that's gonna be that, this is all within that. The good news behind that is we came in overpriced on the bids for my little school. So we went back to the Public Schools Facility Authority. In just a couple of weeks, they went ahead through an action. I think it was actually a consent agenda. They approved an increase to the award for Denny Public Schools to cover the full bid price that we have on that for the 70%.
That's great.
So this is part of that 70% coverage that we're getting.
And if you like, we're starting, you'll be here Monday. We're starting to tear off the Memorial on Monday, same roof observer. So if you'd like to kind of go and watch him, you're welcome.
Watch him observe.
Yeah. They charge for watching him.
Well,
I didn't know that was a job.
It's a thing, and I just got done doing.
I want that job.
We're in the wrong business. He just got done doing Fair Acres, so he lived in Massachusetts, so again, we're gonna get started on Monday, and it'll be the same roof observer as from my middle school. The same two guys.
For all students watching this on YouTube.
Yeah.
This could be a viable option.
I mean, literally, we could put a camera there and watch them. And come back later and say, hey, they didn't do it right, or they did it right, you know? And I mean, it could be that simple, but I mean. That's what it is.
Go to college and get your roof watcher degree.
Watcher 101.
Yeah, that's where the money's at.
Yeah, regional roof observation certificate,
Wow.
and we only have 3 in the Southwest. There's a short.
I'm gonna make it. Yeah, work to this.
How much?
That's a perfect job for me.
175.
275.
275 for the senior consultant.
You are going up 275.
I'm gonna start my own consulting company.
Everybody's breathing.
Forget about doing the
Yeah.
watching, I'm gonna watch everybody.
I'm
Man,
gonna bring the food, so I'm gonna charge $100 for lunch each day. You hear that?
all right,
Bring
so
the food,
we'll reel it back in and do I have a motion on that? If I don't have any more questions or comments.
I move to approve the quote for roof observation services at my little school from Bluefin, a PSFA contractor.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Crowe, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. Cumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez.
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
and a reluctant yes for Mr. Green.
So, Mr. President, members of the board, item H is the consideration and approval of the charter contract along with the performance contract that was in your packet. We worked together prior to, and Mr. Orozco attended that meeting, and we spent an entire morning working through all the legalities of the details. And came to this final contract. Mr. Nunez has reviewed it, ensured that it's right. His attorney has, same with us. And it is, in our mind, good to go if there aren't any questions or feedback that you have for us. So we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, concerns,
I
comments?
have a question about amendments, at 18.1.
8.3.1.
So that says that either party So either the district or, Cesar Chavez can amend it. I think that could be confusing. So you wouldn't want anybody unilaterally amending anything, right? My proposal is that the contract should only be amended if both parties agree in writing.
So under the law, the district authorizes them. So they would have to have it approved. It would have to be approved by the board because you are the authorizer of the charter. They couldn't just say, we want this. Because that's not there in the scope of the law for them. So it would have to be agreed upon. They could come back sometime and propose a change. And you would still have the opportunity to review it, decide if you wanted to or not. It isn't as unilateral, I think, as it sounds.
Should we change the verbiage so that it doesn't sound unilateral?
Just delete it altogether.
Definitely okay with that if that's what needs to happen.
It just sounds unilateral, that's all.
Well, I guess I go back to the law of the authorization comes from you all. So any changes to what they do has to come to you.
Should we say that?
Well, it's assumed in the law, but
Finally,
we can,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Chavez. Yes, at the end of the day, you are our authorizer, so in the state of charter world, everything has to come to you. So you have the option to say, no, we no longer want to provide the charter anymore, or the charter has lived its life. So instead of being a state authorized charter where PEC would be the authorizer, it's you make the decision. We cannot do many decisions without your approval, so. I know with your background in law, I know what you're trying to say here. The two lawyers that we have the district lawyer, we had our lawyers, they both work contracts. And we use the performance frameworks that the PEC, Public Education Commission uses. They've been looked at by law, attorneys and, school attorneys, and they've all come to the same conclusion, the authorizer. So you being the authorizer, can be vague, like you said, but it is understood in the charter world, and it is understood with us in this good relationship that we have.
Okay.
You good with that? Okay with that?
I think it's still vague and unilateral, but I guess nobody's gonna go willy-nilly changing things.
yeah, they can't.
Unless we can put something about me being an observer, I.
Put it on there, right?
Right. Okay.
The only other question I had, Mr. Nunez, was, I was looking at the performance framework. Do you think that 35% proficiency in reading and math is achievable?
Yes, ma'am. Remember our audience, we're a re-engagement school. So we're taking students that really, and I'll give you the percentages, 95% of our students are below reading level. So 75% of our students are 3 grades below. So we have students right now that we speak that can't read.
Right.
So our main concern is to get them on a reading program, and that's what we do. We have them on an extensive reading program. We're actually changing that one because we need better results. We also have math interventions. So yes, it's a challenge, but for the most part, we want to uphold the academic integrity. And I know that might become a hiccup at the very beginning, but we want to still give a good result. We don't want to water down our curriculum. We want to make sure that we up the rigor. And that's one of the things that we have been working since I got there 4 years ago. And it's a challenge, trust me, it's a challenge. But we feel that with this, we're only bettering our students. We're raising the bar, and that's what we want to do. It's gonna be a challenge, definitely.
Yeah, just invited me, I just thought.
And it's
that's
focused,
Really high.
it's focused on growth.
Yes.
As opposed to an actual proficiency number. That's what I'm reading anyways. So can you direct me to the page where it
Yeah,
says,
so there's two, that's why I was confused.
Okay.
Because the first one just says.
what page?
6. That. At least 50% of full academic year students meet proficiency of growth, but. then
Or
it's-
growth.
But then it's 1B specifically says, in reading and math, at least 35% of students in identified student groups meet proficiency or growth,
Right,
based off assessments.
right. We gave them the option of proficiency or growth when we negotiated this,
Right.
because we knew that not because of how far behind they were, some of their students were, that it would be the growth that would be the important component for those students that are being reengaged.
Perhaps, I'm sorry.
And I think the state has something to do with that, correct me if I'm wrong, as far as requiring that growth every year.
Well, and the growth is not necessarily 35%. It's just,
The growth.
well, how do you measure it from pre-test to post-test or prior year to the next year? So the reading assessment, the reading program that they use will have an assessment that measures where their Lexile levels are, which then we can measure that they can measure the growth based on the difference when they take those assessments.
And it's not specifying a specific amount of growth,
Right,
just the word growth. So it could be
Exactly.
1 point, or it could be
Yes.
just. It's
Just that there's no
still
regression.
demonstrates
Mhm.
Some growth and no regression.
Right.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay. These are great questions.
I read it this morning.
Those are great questions.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
How many during the year? You do it the beginning of the year, the end of the year?
We have 3, we have beginning, middle, and end of the year, but the ones that we look forward is the beginning to the end of the year assessments.
But the middle gives you some ideas whether
Yes, ma'am.
what we need to get going or.
Correct. As a matter of fact, our Reading Plus program, the reason why we're doing away with the Reading Plus program ever since it was taken over another corporation, we've lost some of the things that our reading specialist was looking for with vocabularies and combos. So in a sense, they forgot really the important pieces of low-level learners.
Mhm.
And so what we're working with a Chief 3000 now, which is hopefully it's a better program because when they sell you something, it looks very good. And it shows results in other schools. So what we're hoping is that that's what we're gonna get. This year, when we took our Reading Plus middle of the year assessment, we were right there level, and that was alarming to us. And this is when my reading specialist came in and says, this is not working the way it should be working.
Mhm.
Just remember, a few years ago, pre-COVID, our school was #1 in the state for reading proficiency in the world. Ever since that change happened, we haven't seen the results that we've been wanting. We have been moving up students, but we want more. We want our students to come out at least with an 8th grade reading level, because we know that research states if they come out reading at least at the 8th grade level, they'll be functional, they'll be well. We have a lot of students that are below the 5th grade reading level, and I'm talking about 75% of our students.
How many students do you have?
At this time, we're capped at 160. As of yesterday's number, we're at 159.
Oh,
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Entertain a motion?
I make a motion that we authorize the charter contract with Benning Caesar Benning Caesar Chavez Charter High School.
Do you have a second?
Lots of Cs.
Did you second?
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you take a roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Kremlin,
yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Roscoe,
Yes.
Mr. Kroll, yes.
On to item I.
I just want to say one thing. I had the pleasure of working when we were to get this school started. We spent many hours, and so thank you for continuing to work and especially for the students, so that they have a successful
Thank you.
Information.
Again, the feeling is very mutual because in our negotiations, we had lawyers in Albuquerque and remember, I don't want to insult anybody, but their narrow vision is Albuquerque and Albuquerque and Albuquerque. And Albuquerque schools, from what I understand from my colleagues, they're good in certain schools, but we have a great relationship here. I mean, what the support that we get from Demi Public Schools, everybody's in awe, like, you guys get transportation, nutrition, how does that happen? Like, that's Demi, our community, it's community.
Yeah, thank you for continuing for your work.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President, members of the board, the charter people are going to stay up here, Mr. Nunez and Mr. Masters, to go over their budget and seek your approval. So I'll let you guys get started.
You better have reading in there.
You see, it's all in instruction. Everything's in instruction. Just a little synopsis of what we have. This will be our second full year now receiving any percentage for the school science adjustments. The units on that was discontinued, and just kind of an example of how that affects budget. From the fiscal year 2018 to the upcoming fiscal year, we're increasing our budget 4.7%. So over that 7-year period, we got a 4.5% increase. That's how much the science adjustments, one way to kind of get this. You've heard me talk about this each year. But we have made the mandated 3% increases as per legislation. And we will be hitting an expansion of our work study and CT life skills programs. Our partnerships with city and the county both looking to expand this year. And then we also have a summer program with the county as well. As for the budget itself, we had a few disappointments on some of the external funding that was out there, but we have our budget. But it's going to take a little bit of cutting back on some expenses, looking at things. So it's going to be pretty tight this year. Let's answer any questions I have.
Questions?
I was interested to find out that you guys have a migratory children. So you guys receive money from the migrant? Or, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong.
I would know.
That's right, yeah.
There's actually
You-
several.
And they wouldn't.
Yeah.
they wouldn't-
There's
probably
several
wouldn't
we'd like
qualify.
to be
You have to be in the
eligible for.
Oh, so you haven't applied for that?
So some like the innovation zone's the one that we wanted to.
Uh-huh.
They're not allowing
New.
any school that has not participated in the past apply this year.
Oh,
Same thing for the community schools, and then the community schools go to the district as well. So there's a lot of doors that were kind of closed in our face after this legislation. And it's not so much on the operational side because they give you 3%, and I'm very happy with that. But the federal funding doors are closing, obviously. But usually the state compensates because whenever the state does their analysis, they look at the federal funds coming in, state funds put in. They come up with a number for students, and knowing that a lot of the CARES ESSER funds are sunsetting in September. Just wasn't that increase from the state. It remained very, very flat for how much federal dollars the state will be using.
well, my question really was, have you thought about maybe applying for the McKinney funds? Because you probably have a lot of the homeless students, unless they're being served through the public schools.
We get service
When
by the
migrants-
district with our
No.
benefits.
So I'm not sure, Ms. Doyle, we don't get additional funds in those areas. So one of the things that schools have to do for those federal programs is if they don't meet the $10,000 disbursement threshold, I think it's 10,000, they have to work with a consortium of schools and do it as a consortium. And the REC does do that for a few charters, I believe, and some small districts in this area. So that can definitely be something we see if you potentially could, not right now, but in the new year, next year, look and see if you guys have the population to do that. Because I know they do run a consortium.
Just a thought.
Mrs. Doyle, any input?
I reviewed it, it looks, there's nothing that I had any issues with.
We're gonna be tight too.
Find out in just a few minutes. Any other questions or concerns, comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the operating budget for Dennis Cesar Chavez Charter High School for school year 24-25.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Kremlin.
Yes.
Mrs. Paez.
Yes.
Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron.
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Mr. President, members of the board, action item J is a purchase of laptops. Ms. Doyle is filling in for Mr. Glickler.
That's correct. Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez, you do before you have a quote from CDW for $90,725. This is to replace the laptops at Red Mountain that are out of warranty. Mr. Glickler has recommended that we replace those, and that's requesting more.
Comments? Questions?
The quotes.
Entertain a motion, huh?
I said, I'm looking for the quotes.
No.
It's for $191.
What?
191 laptops.
Okay. Also move.
Have a motion to have a second.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Kremlin.
Yes.
Ms. Paez.
Yes.
Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron.
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
All right, on to item K.
Mr. President, members of the board, the next three items actually will be Mr. Chavez reviewing the Title I application, Title III, and migrant, and they will be individually approved.
Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. The first application is our Title I application. It's our application, our allocation this year was approximately 2.8 million, with an additional 742,000 projected carryover. It's not with carryover, so we see that. We did, the application was done with the help of many of my colleagues here that I have to call on to, since it is my first year doing Title I, being in charge of most of federal programs. Each school has an allocation. We give an allocation, and we ensure that there is equity between each school and the allocation that's given, to consider the amount of low income students per school. As you can see in the picture section.
The only thing I would add is that Title I is used for above and beyond current programs that are paid for through operations. So it's for like additional, and school sites make decisions about how to spend that money based on the allocation that they receive. So it's above and beyond what we offer through operating funds.
And schools use their allocations in different ways. Some schools, they get to hire different positions are funded through Title I, and then they get an allocation for anything else that they need above and beyond school support section.
Questions, comments? Entertain a motion for item K.
I make a motion that we approve the SY 24-25 Title I application.
Motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Crowe, can you take a roll, please?
Sir, Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Roscoe,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
Let's just continue, Mr. Chavez. We are on, item L, Title III applications.
Our Title III application is funding that's also above and beyond, that's more targeted towards our English learner population. And within that grant, this one looks a little different. It funds more, not school side people, but a couple employees that are at the district level. So we pay for our EL content specialists out of this grant. It's not very large. It's about 250,000 around there. And also, an EL mentor that helps the kiddos that go mostly secondary schools to assist with the most, difficult situations and provide some social service for those kids. Then there's some room in there, some wiggle room for some professional development and some supplies.
Questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we consider a Title III application.
Okay, motion and a second.
One second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Crowe, can you take a roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Roscoe,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
Item M.
So item M is your migrant.
This one's the fun one. So our migrant grant is it's a very intense grant. It's what is intense as Title I that goes intense because of all the red tape we go through, and Ms. Fayez can have some experience with this. But we do fund 2 individuals that cover, there's about 200 right now, about 280 migrant students that their families work in agriculture. To qualify for the program, they're only allowed to be in the program for 3 years. After 3 years, they no longer qualify unless there's a qualifying move from one district to another. So they can go work in Hatch for 2 weeks, come back, and it starts the 3 years again. So that's one of the qualifications for that. But with that takes recruitment, takes resources, it takes a lot of know-how and a lot of paperwork that goes upward towards PED and to the federal level is very much intense. So we do have 2 migrant liaisons that are paid out of this grant, along with the budget for summer school. We just mentioned this earlier, a 2-week program. It's pretty costly, but very well much needed for this population of kiddos, because we are able to do a lot of individualized instruction for them at that time. School supplies for our kiddos when they start the year. This is the population that needs it, one of the populations that needs it the most, as well as our McKinney program, but that grant isn't open yet. So I'll be back. I think that's everything that's included in the grant.
Questions on that one? No? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the migrant application.
Motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Crowe, can you take a roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
Yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Roscoe,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
Right.
And to item N.
So we are on to item N. Mr. President, members of the board, your consideration and approval of the operating budget. And Ms. Doyle has
Right.
Can I answer your questions, Mr. Crowe?
she's going to answer all your questions now.
And she's gonna give us all the experience right up there. The experience. You're just spending that money left and right.
No, that's right.
A little bit of panic set in,
She was a little nervous.
a little panic set in.
Well, I wasn't supposed to have to do it here, but Charles made me.
Blame it on Charles. Something just went black. There we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. This evening, I will be discussing the Deming Public Schools operating budget. Within this budget is inclusive of our operational funds, the federal funds that we do currently have allocations for, as you'll see later in the presentation. We don't have everything yet, so we will be back. But this is what we have to date from PED. So I'm going to go ahead and present that. This is also inclusive of our capital outlay. So the process that we go through when we begin the budget starts actually in January. When legislative session starts, we start watching for the types of things that would affect us. Now, there's lots of things that affect public schools, but for the budget piece, it is primarily what are the mandated raises, what does our calendar look like, and any insurance increases. So those are not all inclusive, but the largest pieces that would affect the public schools. Once that happens, we start to meet with departments and schools, and we meet with every single department and school and get feedback from them on both positions, full-time equivalent positions, as well as any stuff, people and stuff, as we like to call it, that they might need. We gather all of that information and then start as a leadership team trying to determine where we are as far as positions, budget. We're hoping at some point to get an SEG amount. This year it was pushed a little later than we would have hoped. But that's kind of the process. All of that gathered, and we are here this evening. So that's the process that we go through to get here. It is a months-long process where every single person in this room has some part of it. Not all of them meet with us or anything like that, but I do know that there is feedback that is given and brought to us by every person here. So the assumptions that were made for this year, my back is to my presentation, were everybody gets a 3% raise, as was mentioned earlier by both Ms. Chung as well as the charter school. Insurance contribution increases. They're pretty significant. 15.53% increase in health insurance. So that is true for both employer and employee. Now, for the individuals that make less than $50,000, we pay a higher portion, 50 to 60, it goes up, and then anything over 60, the district only pays 40%. But even at that, it's expensive. Dental is increased 5%, vision 3%. Then we have one of our largest single expenses beyond salaries, which is our liability insurance. That went up almost 30%. Yeah, so it's over a $500,000 increase in just that one line item. So last year it was 1.9 million. This year it's 2.5. So it's expensive to insure public schools, certainly. So the significant items that we had to consider, again, all of the things that I just spoke of, but also unit value. So I will speak a little bit more about unit value in just a little while, but there was a 3.22% increase in unit value, which would be great if there was not a 15% increase in insurance and 3% in salaries. And so there's a lot of reconciling that we're having to do given that we've only got a 3.22 increase in unit value. We also had a decrease in units, which means that not only did our unit value not go up, but our units went down. And there's some detail I'll be touching on in just a little bit. Again, changes in insurance contributions and the staff raises that are mandated. Also, one of the things that Mr. Chavez mentioned when he was talking about his applications, there's a lot of salary that is paid out of our federal funds. Unfortunately, while the state mandates us to give everybody a 3% raise, they don't also increase our federal funds to match that. So our federal funds continue to have to pay more salaries, which means that there's less stuff available for the schools. And then finally, contract days. We did have to decrease contract days by 5 days this year. I'll be speaking to that a little bit in just a moment as well. So any questions on kind of the assumptions that were made as we move forward with this? Okay, so 3% raises. I want to touch base on how that was calculated because we do get a lot of questions. So when you are a teacher, as an example, a level 1 teacher, our minimum is $50,000. But we can't increase that $50,000 by 3% while also having you work less days. So what we do is we determine what is your daily rate. From there, then we multiply it by the new contract days. So we were at 193 last year. We determine our daily rate and then multiply it times 188 this year to give you your new contract amount. I bring that up because there's a lot of questions on how that was calculated, and Susie in our payroll department gets every single July 15th, she gets inundated with that. So I want to get that out as much as possible to be completely transparent. This is how the raise was calculated. So the New Mexico funding formula, I'm going to talk a lot about this. Some of you may have seen it. Some of you who have seen my presentations before, I'm sure have seen it, but we are funded basically through the general fund, through New Mexico General Fund. We also get, some gross receipts. It all just comes from the state to us based on unit value and membership. So state equalization guarantee, what does that mean? What that means is every school is funded the same based on certain multipliers. So you can see here, every pre-K student that we have, our multiplier is 1.44. Goes all the way down. You get, different multipliers for the different grades. You get special education, bilingual, elementary arts. All of these things culminate into our program units. This particular one that we are funded on is based on our 80 and 120 average. So we have to submit, we actually submit 40, 80, and 120, but we're funded on our 80 and 120 average. So all of the information that is submitted to PED for those count days is averaged and then plugged into this format. That then is how we determine what our program units are and therefore how we are funding in total. Okay. So this is our trend right now of where we are. I broke out, you can see we did have had for 2 years the K-12 units. So I wanted to break that out a little bit so you can see that we are funded for K-12. Last year was the first year. This is the second year that we are doing that. You can see also that our SCG trend is trending upwards, not to the extent that I would like, but it is trending up. So this is our 80-120 membership over the last 5 years. What we do when we project is there I mean, obviously, we don't know what our student count is going to be right now. So we have a projection to make. So what we do is we take kindergarten and leave it flat. So we assume that if we have 500 kinder now, we're going to have 500 kinder next year, and then move everything else up. If you're first, what is it gonna look like in second? What's it gonna look like in third if you're second? So we move all of those up and we make a projection on what we think our average 8120 will be. That is what we are funded on. Then in the January time period, we will true that up. And then we will either be funded more or funded less based on what actually happened compared to our projections. We do try to be fairly conservative because it's a whole lot easier to come to you guys and ask for an increase than it is a decrease. So we are typically pretty conservative in our numbers. So unit value. I mentioned earlier that our unit value increased by 3.22%. You can see here it is increasing, which is good. We're not losing, but it increased far less this year than it has in past years. Okay, so this is what our actual, we call it a 910B5. So this is our 910B5 as is submitted, as given to us by PED and how we are funded. So I did 2024. You can see that we had 10,559.01 units. That is after we plug everything, all of our students into that. All those different multipliers, this is the number that we get. For our preliminary 2025, it's 10,173. So that is a decrease of 3.65%. So we have all of these costs that we talked about with a decrease in units and a pretty small increase in unit value.
Can I ask that question?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you said earlier on a different topic that out of school time is like after school programs. Do we not have that anymore?
So this year, there's two different types of funding. We have what's called above the line, which is our SEG funding, and we have below the line. So the below the line, that after school funding is below the line this year. And so it is a grant that
So I can speak a little bit more to the after school. So like the charter said, they've been closing the doors on a lot of things. So after school program, they told us initially we couldn't apply for it unless we only did high dosage tutoring. Like we couldn't do any of the fun programs that we've been doing and staff have been doing. And so we said, no, thank you. And then they came back and said, this is for next school year. And then they came back and said, oh, well, we'll let you do this much of that money for the programs you want to do if you do this high dosage tutoring. So I think we're still kind of in the trying to weigh, is it worth the little bit? It's about $200,000 and we spend about $700,000 on after school programs. So yeah. That's kind of where we're at. So our after school money is not in the SEG. It's a different, it's that different out of school time funding source for this year.
But that's a grant then that we're.
Correct.
We
It's
used to
below the
apply
line.
for and we're not going to this time.
Potentially.
So we're not doing after school program?
No, we will. We will make after school happen, but we don't want the state dictating what has to happen. And it's the high dosage. It's not that high dosage tutoring is a bad thing. We're actually piloting that at middle school during the school day next year for math. So it's not we're opposed to it. It's just after school is the time to do a lot of enrichment and experiential learning, and they're not allowing us to do that. That's,
Don't
yeah.
some of the schools do after school tutoring as part of their after school programs?
Mhm. Yep, they sure do.
So would it really be that big of a difference to?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It is a huge difference because High dosage tutoring is prescribed and it's a prescribed training, it's prescribed curriculum, it's very prescribed. And again, not that we're opposed to that, but it starts to take away our local people being able to look at, like, where is our data? What do we need to do? How do we do that differently than what they've gotten during the school day? It just takes a lot of local decision away about how to address the needs of our kids in the after-school setting.
And after school is also voluntary. I mean, if you make it not fun for the kids, they're gonna tell their parents they don't wanna go.
Thank you.
So this is actually, you take all those units and then you convert it to dollars. So 65,543,000, that is our SEG amount this year. So it is a decrease of 0.55%. So we're getting less SEG this year than we did last year. However, this is what it's going to look like as we currently have it budgeted. I did want to bring up that the red is directly related to in the classroom, because there's a lot of questions that we receive on what is the money that's going into the classroom. So it's not all instruction. 56% is direct instruction, but you also have your principals and you have your support staff and you have things like that, that you do have to have at the school sites in order to do any of that direct instruction. So I did want to point out that the majority of our money, 75%, is actually budgeted at the school site. And then broken out by function, because this is actually the budget authority level that we have. So we do break it out by function, and wanted to show again, you can see very specifically each function, how much is budgeted in there. Beyond the instruction and support services there, operation and maintenance is the largest piece, which you would expect because they do all of our facilities and all of our, maintaining of the grounds, things like that. I do at the under property, there's 384,000. And I'm gonna break this out in a minute, but that does include the purchase of an activity bus, 2 vehicles, one for transportation, one for facility, and then an excavator also. So those are all some of the requests that we did receive from the departments. Any questions on any of this detail? Okay, and you do have in your packet, there was 88 pages. I'm sure that
reading pleasure.
You're welcome for not going through all 80 pages. So the positions that we either have added or will be migrating from ARP, because ARP is going away. And it is a bit of a fiscal cliff, as you heard Mr. Masters say. But there are also very important positions that were paid for by ARP that we want to continue to utilize, and so we did absorb some of those in our operational, or not only operational, but some of them in our operational. So we have 2 new grounds FTEs. There has not been a grounds personnel expansion since before DIS came on board. So we really needed to give our facilities department some additional resources in order to maintain all the grounds. We also have an assistant director for transportation. Because the port is so far away, it's really important Patty can only be in one place at one time. So we wanted to give her those additional resources so she can be, I guess, at 2 places at once. Assistant Director of Special Education. If you noticed, when we looked at the units, there was a really significant increase in our special education population. And so given that, it's a lot of work, a lot a lot of things that Mr. Science is doing, so we did want to provide him that additional support also because the population does keep increasing. A bus monitor and duty at Columbus. Online learning facilitator in Members Valley. They actually did get some new funding this year for Family Income Index, and that is going to pay for most, I think 75% of the salary for that new position. The rest will be paid by operational. An instructional coach also at DIS paid for operational, and then 7 EAs for pre-K. There's a huge need in order to help them do a lot of things, but I know one of the things that Amber kept telling me was we want to make sure that we're in compliance with the CBA, and in order to do that, they do need these additional FTEs. They are all paid from the NM pre-K grant. And then, so those are the new positions. And then the ones that we're absorbing from ARP. There is an educational assistant, SPED educational assistant, secondary college and career specialist. I believe they work with both early college and the high school members also, right? Yes, all three. Okay, so that position does work with all three. Campus security at DHS, paid from operational. Permanent subs for IEPs. This is something that we get asked every single year. And so we wanted to make sure that we could provide the support. I feel like they would want a whole lot more, but we've got to. And then crossing guard at Columbus and 2 student support liaison positions. So those are all of the positions that we are either adding or migrating from ARP as it goes away. Any questions on any of the positions?
Are there any positions that were not refunded or absorbed?
There was some, yes, 2 of the students who said.
And then our science content specialist.
And then some special education liaison.
Those were
not.
That were not.
We're not.
But we also looked at when we did that, we didn't just cut them. We looked at the FTEs and the requirements and do we have the staff to cover them now? And as you heard, we have 7 that are going to start in our pre-K program. We have 7 positions there. So it's just a shifting of, and then consolidating where we can, kids graduate, that sort of thing.
So no one is out of the job. They're putting other positions.
If they choose.
If they choose to go.
Yeah.
We have been telling people for well over a year that if you are in an art funded position, to apply elsewhere, find somewhere else within the district. I know many people did do that, but there were some that just chose not to. We had a position that we offered them and they just chose not to take it, but we did offer them. So you heard me talk at the beginning.
Right, the major purchases.
So this is the major purchases. I did talk a little bit about the vehicles, but we also are purchasing a storage unit at the football field for Mr. Chavez's request. So these are like the large things that we are funding this year. So let's talk a little bit about ARP. So it will be ending 9/30. So we have to expend everything by 9/30. We have to have it encumbered by 9/30, spent by 10/31, and then our final RFR is due in November. So it's a bit of a challenge because we have to determine what we're going to have left this year so that I can budget for next year. So I've done this to the best of my ability. I'm certain that I will be coming to you with either an adjustment up or down somewhere along the way. But to the best of my ability, this is what I've done. So what are we purchasing? Construction, lots of construction. The majority of it is actually
HVAC.
And I know that Mr. Parker is speaking to it. You've heard Mr. Aou speak to it. So there's a lot of construction that will be paid for. We also want to pay retention stipends for all of our staff. So if you are a staff member at July 31st, then we will pay you a retention stipend.
So I'd like to speak a little bit to that because with the staff here, I want them to be aware of what it is. And I've mentioned it to the board before, but with the increased costs of insurance and the only a 3% increase in salary, we felt like there was something possibly with ARP we could do. We did it at the first year, I believe, with ESSER dollars. We provided some different incentives for staff, for attendance, for retention. And it can't happen every year, but we do have ARP money to do it. So we would like to be able to do that in the new year as well.
And that would go equally.
It would be a set amount. We were looking at 1,200 because of the benefits that they take out of everything we pay through payroll. So it would equate to about $1,000 by the time everybody pays their benefits. So
And that's equal,
it would be
no matter
for
what your
every-
position.
That's right. No matter what your position is, the idea would be that everyone would receive it.
Okay.
So we'd love your feedback on that if there's anything, but it is part of our budget and we just wanted to highlight that.
And the reason I'm speaking more specifically to ARP is because the other federal funds, you get an application that you get to see. You know, like Mr. Chavez presented the applications tonight. For ARP, you don't get that. So I did want to let you know because it's a pretty significant amount of money that kind of what we were planning on doing with it. We also do plan to pay for first quarter salaries for some employees, counselors, nurses, CNAs, custodians. We are going to pay for the first quarter, but beyond that, we're going to have to shift those back to operation. There's also some COVID safe furniture that we are looking to purchase, computers for our administrators, and then professional development. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's primarily PBO.
Project-based learning.
What is COVID safe furniture?
So there's a lot of
Spray it. You can spray it. Chair, like these, we can't clean these chairs other than like, you can't disinfect these chairs.
Oh,
So we have been buying at the school sites and in the offices, we've been buying chairs with surfaces and tables with surfaces that can handle the cleansing
oh, okay,
that are required for sanitizing.
okay, thank you.
So this is a summary, and I know it's a whole lot of numbers for you guys there, but it is in your packet. I didn't want to go through everyone individually, but I did want to, say, look, this is what I'm requesting approval for. But I don't think you guys want to hear it any more than I want to.
I thought we were gonna go through everything. I want to hear it all.
All right, where would you like me to start?
Who has the tomatoes?
I'm happy to do so if that's what you
And
like.
apples too, huh?
And apples.
So, and then a private meeting.
You'd probably take a nap anyways.
That's fun.
So I mentioned earlier in the presentation that we don't yet have everything. There are some funds that we have applications for, but not budget yet. There are some we have neither budget nor applications. And like, we don't even have a transportation allocation yet.
It just came tonight,
Just.
just literally like 30 minutes ago.
Surprise. It's not much more than the 2.7 that we saw, we're looking at about 2.829. So there's not a substantial increase on that to really offset that, the true cost of transportation. So she was looking for better news, but I was hoping to break it to her differently, but.
There it is.
Yeah.
So we have a transportation allocation. And we will be bringing that budget to you at the next meeting. The others, anything else I need to know while I'm standing up here? The others, we just don't have information yet, but we will be bringing it forth as it comes.
Is this normal for it to take this long?
No,
No.
this
I
has
do
been a
have-
rough year.
I do have a question. So we went to, our board training in January, and it sounded like there was lots of money.
There is.
So
We have.
it's a more question for you, Vicky, maybe. You can give us an idea of what's going on, because we were kind of told and assured that there was going to be quite a bit of funding for this next school year. And so it's such a surprise to return and then find out that everything, and, you know, the other question was the unit value. You said that.
It only went up $200.
Yes. What do you think that's about? Why is that the unit value only went up $200? Well, I don't know if you can answer that or not.
Well, I mean, I can give you my public opinion of what has happened. There is a lot of money and our state is sitting on billions of reserves. And they keep saying that oil and gas, we don't know, it's volatile. No, there's billions of dollars in. So you're right, we should not be in this place and districts should not be having to figure out. What I will tell you is that a lot of the below the line money that Ms. Doyle talked about is controlled. So there is a lot of money below the line, but it's highly controlled by the public education department. And that is very challenging because if you don't do exactly what they want you to do, then you don't get the money. And there's a lot of strings tied to everything when it's below the line. I also believe they did not fully fund the calendar request, even though they are now, there's an injunction for the 180 days, it's still not fully funded because the only way you can get additional money in your SEG, and the only reason we're as close as we are to last year's budget in our SEG is because we hit the 180. If we hadn't hit that, there would have been no way we would have been that close to our SEG from last year. We would have been probably 8% down just because our numbers are down in terms of students. So there is plenty of money. I think that because so much money was put in the past few years, I think they just held back a lot. I don't think it was the legislator. I think there was a whole combination of things that happened. I do know that they are revisiting, NMCA is revisiting insurance rates. There could be good news. We have an executive meeting tomorrow. That might be reduced. I don't know the answer to that. And I know also that PED has been told to go back, look at what your unit value is, what you gave, and see if you can do better. This whole year has been like that. You know, like it's up and down and up and down. And I don't know what else to say other than it's kind of chaotic and it's been hard to plan. And that's as nice as I can say it.
There you go.
Nice.
Ditto.
Wait till she goes in the room alone.
Yeah, that's not the language she used with me.
All right, Miss Doyle, that's not true.
That is not true. I'm on you guys. So these are the funds that will be forthcoming eventually. And then finally, we do have our capital outlay funding, which is all things related to our facilities and buildings, things like that. We can get this either through our direct legislative appropriations, which this year we did get for vape detectors at the high schools. We can also do sale of bonds, which I'll be speaking to in just a little bit, but these are very specific monies that we can only use for certain things. So we cannot pay for salaries out of these things, and we have to, it's related to very specific types of projects that we can do. So we do have our bond building. This number here, this 4.9, does include just over 3 million of cash that is held at NMFA. So if you guys remember when we did our last $3 million bond sale, it went through NMFA. So we do not actually hold that cash. So when we begin spending this on, say, my little school, because that's our first bond project, we will have to request that money similar to an RFR like we do for our grant funds. Then we have our SB9 local public school capital outlay. That is inclusive of a pretty significant amount for CTE and NM pre-K, as well as safety and security. And then finally, our state cash match, which is just a match that the state gives us for our facilities. And I say facilities, it's not just facilities. You can purchase laptops, things like that. It's not just facilities, but it is capital outlay type expenses. So we did do a survey, public input survey. And I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to look at it, but I would say the top 4 things were school safety, teacher salaries, general education, and career tech. So school safety, I just mentioned that, you know, we do have this additional funding that we are utilizing for school safety. So I just want to talk a little bit about a couple of the things that we have planned for this year. We have secure vestibules, video buzz-in at all schools and admin buildings, card access at all school sites, security window film at all school sites and certain admin buildings, new fencing at Memorial Stadium, Memorial Elementary School, raised fencing, and then similarly early college fencing as well. So those are the very specific safety and security things that we are addressing this year. We also had talked about teacher salaries, which we did give the mandated 3%. General education, as I mentioned before, 75% of our budget goes into the classroom. So I do feel like we have budgeted in accordance with the feedback that we got from staff, from you guys, from the community. We did get a pretty decent, I don't have it in front of me, but it was a pretty decent response to our survey. And then our career tech programs. This is something actually that we have, for as long as I've been here, just really supported a lot. I'm surprised at how expensive they are, but they're important. And I think that it's great for all of our kids to be able to experience them. So I'm glad to see that they're important to everybody else also. And we are committed to supporting them in this budget as well. And with that, I will stand for any questions. Once you guys approve, it will go to PED tomorrow.
Thank you for putting it all together in that way. It makes it a lot easier to understand. When I was looking at just your spreadsheets of all these numbers, I don't know what any of that means. So thank you for doing this, because it looks like it took me a lot of work. Because
I think we all agree on that, yes. Thank you.
So we can submit all this even though PED doesn't have their self together. I mean, so if we don't know anything else.
Actually, I will submit what we have. And then as we get the other stuff.
Then you
we will submit it kind of piecemeal, which is hard. It's frustrating and it's more work than I think it should be, but here we are, so. We'll go through whatever hoops are necessary.
Well, thank you for the presentation. It's very clear and that was helpful. You gave it to us on a first grade level, so I could understand that.
Any other
I
questions?
spent 20 years there. So.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Also move.
Second.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley,
yes.
Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mr. Orozco,
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron,
Yes.
Mr. Cole, yes.
All right, thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Doyle.
Thank you.
Yay. That may be the only time you can. Oh, no. No, it was excellent. I think it was excellent.
Mr. President, members of the board, action item O is consideration and approval of the quote from Coyote Cabling, and we have Ms. Stoffer here again to go over briefly, hopefully, the emergency systems equipment.
Benny Haas is not here. We had done purchase orders for Red Mountain and Bell Elementary to replace their fire alarm systems. The scope changed because of the need. We got Bell operating and decided Chaparral was worse. And so Chaparral is a bigger school than Bell. So there are more devices. So the quote above the $60,000 level. So we're using Coyote Cabling, and I had them redo their quote. It's a cooperative educational services price agreement quote. And I've got one for Red Mountain and one for Chaparral. And and they have the equipment finally. It's been taking an inordinate amount of time to get this fire alarm system equipment.
And they are failing. We need to
Yeah.
replace them.
We're gonna have to do RSP next.
Yes.
I'm seeing Benny again. So that's what, these quotes are for. Without further ado, I'll ask for approval or amendment.
May clarify, this is for Chaparral, this time,
Chaparral and Red Mountain.
and Red Mountain, thank you.
I move to approve the quote from Coyote Cabling for emergency systems equipment.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Pearl, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Kremlin.
Yes.
Mrs. Paez.
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron.
Yes,
Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Mr. Kroll, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, members of the board, item P is approval of our Perkins application and budget. Mr. Lozano is here. I was looking around, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Good evening. So this is our year to reapply, in the last 3 years, it's now the Perkins 5 grant, which is a 2-year grant. Before it was an annual grant. The Perkins grant is split up into 2 sections, which is the federal Perkins. And then the second part is the state pilot grant. We're bound to, priority industry programs. We're part of Region G, which is a cohort of districts. So the region gets together, votes on the priority ones. This year, our top priority ones are healthcare science, and our second one is ag. Now we're going to fund the healthcare science through our federal Perkins grant. We do have a little bit of leverage on the state pilot one. Half of that can be split into a school choice. And our school choice this year is the culinary arts program. So we have a total of 3 programs. We try to diversify it. On the writing part, it's easier just to do one program, but we feel it's better to do multiple programs. That way we get a lot more students with those 3 programs. So I stand for any question.
I'll move to approve the Perkins application and.
Okay, a
I'll
second.
second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Pearl, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kremlin.
Yes.
Mrs. Paez.
Yes.
Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron.
yes,
Mr. Kroll, yes.
Great.
Item Q.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, the last approval item for a while is an amendment to the MOU we have with Western. We are providing stipends on their behalf for field experience teachers in their education program, and they will reimburse us all but $192, I believe. We've had to go back and forth, but it's a great opportunity and supports our teacher pool. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions?
What is the amount of the stipend that a teacher receives?
So it's based on their role. So in the MOU that's in your packet, it has their individual names with the amounts, because Western pulls this, Western sets this. So there's $314.50 for some teachers. There's alternative, those are practicing teachers. Alternative licensure was $251.60. Teacher residency was $1258. It just depended on their role as either, so, yeah. It's not a lot, but it's a little bit to be part of their program. Yeah.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
P, consideration.
Q.
Q. I'll move consideration and approval of amendment to the memorandum of understanding with Western New Mexico University, reflecting changes to stipend amounts for participants in the field experience and the teacher education program.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Crowe, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumble?
Yes.
Mrs. Paez?
Yes.
Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron?
Yes.
Mr. Cole, yes.
Right, so I'll be fast with, now that we're on to the superintendent reports with, the two items that I have. Project Search, I just gave you a flyer on this, is a work-based opportunity for our students that are students with disabilities that are transitioning out of high school and into the workforce. We are going to be partnering with the city of Deming, and we provide a teacher and an EA, and they will go through, the students will go through 3 10-week sessions with a specific curriculum, work-based curriculum, and then they will learn 3 different areas, a minimum of 3 different areas in the city. And the kids will be paid through the grant that's at UNM. They're the sponsor of the grant. And this will be, we're going to work through the planning and the training of the teacher this next 25-26 school year. And then, I'm sorry, 24-25 school year. And then it will actually launch in 25-26. So it's a transition after high school. There was one more thing I was going to say, and it just left my mind. It's a great opportunity, and I think it will help them prepare for beyond the high school graduation.
Is the plan for just like the one cohort, because it's just going to be through the city?
So the plan is that, I mean, successfully, they'll continue to get the grant and we'll be able to continue with additional cohorts every year. And we might expand our partnerships. It may not be just the city after the first year. There's potential for it to be other areas. And the city has committed to working to hire a few of those people at, 1 to 3 people potentially. But definitely one person they had to commit to as a partner that they would employ them. So it's an opportunity for them to learn new job skills.
It's neat.
Yeah, it's a great program. We'll be coming back to you once the MOU is actually official, but I wanted to give you a heads up that we have been working on that. Questions? So the other thing I just wanted to put as we're in the preliminary discussions of Members Valley High School, and not closure is misleading is what it says on the agenda. It's really more about Members Valley High School has become a program within Deming High School. But it has its own state number, and we're talking about, would it be better for us just to consolidate that? Would it be better, bring them under Deming High School? So really, it's just to bring your awareness to the fact that we're talking about it. And if we decide to go that route, we'll be coming back to you with why we feel that's important and what our next steps will be. So happy to answer any questions that you might have about that, just to start the discussion.
Where is Members Valley High housed right now?
Popacket.
Popacket, okay.
Yeah.
How many students?
About 80?
About 89.
89.
Basically, what you're saying is it will continue doing what it's doing,
Yes.
just under a different.
It'll be a program within the, like a school within a school. Is a lot of high schools offer different schools within a school, like program specific, and this would be one of those program specifics. But we're not intending to get rid of it. We feel like it serves a need. It's just the supervision and the way that it connects with the high school. And I don't know, do you have some things you want to add? Because I know they some of the kids take, yeah, absolutely.
There is really no benefit for the students to continue as its own school site. The program will run the same, and plus culturally, because you asked where are they housed, it's housed at Denton High School. So we don't want to create that split where they're considered a different group of students, and we've been inclusive in the sense with the master schedule for them to be part of it. What it does create though as a program, it creates that avenue for students to not just drop out their junior and senior year because they're overwhelmed with lack of credits. So it gives us an opportunity to provide them that chance to not drop out their junior and senior year, because a lot of them wait and they fall between the cracks where they get to their junior year and they're missing about 10 credits. We have established a system where depending on how many credits they lack at the end of their sophomore year, and it's like a kind of like a flow chart where it says your best option is to go to MVP, Members Valley Program, and you'll be able to graduate on time. If not, you can stay at Deming High School depending on that 10 to 11 credits. And then you might have to go to like after school courses where you can get those credits. And then we can develop either the 4-year plan at that point for juniors where they continue, but if it's to the point where they, like, let's say they failed completely their freshman and sophomore year, where at that point, parents and students understand that there is no way for you to get caught up and we have to develop that 5th year in advance. That way, there's plenty of time for them to understand it, because I feel like right now there are too many juniors and seniors that have fallen behind and we haven't been able to catch them at the right time, right? Either at the end of their freshman year, to have those conversations, or at the end of their sophomore year, but that way it's a clear picture of where they're gonna go. MVPs will provide that. Like I said, it's just the site is a technicality that carries other paperwork. It's system issues with attendance and registering them and then approvals. It's the same principle for both schools. So it's a weird situation where you have to ask the other principal that it's the same person. So it's just the paperwork is just odd with registration, dropping it, adding students. It creates a little bit of a mess because it makes things over.
For testing, for 90-day plan.
Right.
It's the same
Everything.
principle. It's like double work, right?
Right.
And then with the counselors, because if you have a different a counselor like at NDHS, then they'll get that student for a year. They transfer back. Now it's a different counselor. The way we're doing it this time with MVP, even though they transferred to MVP, it's the same counselor still that they've had for the last 2 years. So there's more consistency that way as well.
And when we think about the multi-layer system of support that we're required to develop around our kids, it didn't make sense anymore for us to have like this separate program, like where kids go, that it was actually part of how we intervene as kids are moving through their different grade levels and we're noticing risk factors or whatever, you know, that they're falling behind.
So we're moving toward, instead of having this one at this location, this would put all 3 together? Is that what we're moving?
No, there's 2, Members Valley High School and Deming High School. And they're in the same campus right now. They just have 2 totally separate numbers, which means we have to do completely separate state paperwork related to that.
I guess I'm thinking early college, high school.
Yeah, early college is still where they are.
And when it comes to culture, just not having that separate mindset makes a difference too, because that way every kid feels connected to the high school. They feel part of what's
Yeah, it's
happening.
just a program for them to get caught up and they can always transition back, so they earn their way back. And like I said, it prevents dropout as well, because when you're overwhelmed too, as a incoming junior, and let's say you only have 6 credits, it's overwhelming. So they need that to get back on track.
So we wanted you to be aware. And then if there's no more questions, the last thing is Mr. Parker was going to give you a quick construction update, as there's a lot of projects happening in the district.
Evening, President Orozco, members of the board, President Chavez. Just taking a review, we have about 9 major projects that we're undertaking in the district. So I did give you a handout there just for you to kind of keep to your file. I'm just going to highlight some important pieces of each of the 9 areas. Then I'll stand for any questions. I do apologize, there is a typo on this. It's not a constriction report, even though it does feel. Because I tried to correct it, it didn't have a mind of its own. So the first one there's Columbus Elementary, our HVAC upgrade that is really kind of funded by ARC. The big piece on that is we have already mobilized that. There's some fencing that's going in over there in Columbus to kind of secure that area. And they're starting to demo the ceiling tiles in the evening. And so that you're going to start to see that we have meetings about every other Monday at 10 o'clock, where we're getting these updates and going all the way through. That project will continue all the way through the summer and into next school year. The next one on the list is Memorial Elementary. That is the HVAC and re-roof, and the HVAC piece definitely is also funded by ARP. We've also mobilized that. If you see on 11th Street, there's a lot of operations that are going on there. We've been working with the community to try to release that, to let them know what's going on. We believe that our roofing materials will arrive next week. And then we're hoping to have our HVAC units by the end of June, so we can get these up and going before our kids come back. So we're coordinating all those efforts as well. Central office, Cody Road, this office, we're hoping late May, beginning of June, but we'll start to kind of work on these units. It's not as intensive or intrusive as the other ones, but we are beginning that project. For the Smith building, we have that, looking to start late May. We had a thought originally that perhaps it would start earlier May. It actually kind of worked out in our favor because we were able to have our mentor and NTIP celebration over there just this week. But you'll start to see that work also happen and mobilize those few areas where we're going to install the HVAC products. My little school, I talked a little bit about that. I'm very grateful to the PSFA for approving and fully awarding that portion. Our bids came in higher. May 1st, on a consent agenda, they were able to approve that, and fully take care of the 30% that we have flowing out of that. We do anticipate that notice to proceed to go out June 2024. We're just waiting for PSFA to get some pieces in place, and we'll begin that. RST is a fire alarm system that we do need to replace. We're hoping to do that. We do have some of our safety security monies we have to hope to spend on that. And we're just waiting for the final quote to come from Coyote Cable to look at how we're going to proceed for that work.
How come that one that's not a new school, but.
Yeah, and it's interesting. A lot of the fire alarm systems are just becoming outdated. And when you start working on any piece of it, that you need to bring up everything that needs to come in with them. So like, for example, our newer facility that has voice evac that's available for that. Some of our older systems do not have that. So that's kind of one of the rules that you have. You touch the system and you got to upgrade all of it. And so we do have some of the technologies not even supported anymore, little panels, electronics. So we're gonna vet it out for the new system.
Thank you.
The other piece on the last three that we have, high school track, we're mobilizing June 1st for that. You see the amounts that we have that, and we hope to have that completed by the time school starts. Central cafeteria, we've approved that through our facilities master plan. What we're hoping for is PSFA participation on that. That is something that's unique, that's actually never been, I guess, asked for. So PSFA is looking and evaluating whether they would participate in that. If they do, it'd be a 70-30 split as well. We're hoping that that'll happen. And then the last one that we have there is the field house re-roof that we have going on. And so we're looking to have that project completed also by the time the school starts the next semester. It's hopefully here in July. I do want to just say that I'm very grateful to the collaboration of all the schools, and that we know that it's a big piece. I thank them now and ahead of time for the continued collaboration that we're going to walk through these. And of course, our construction, our facilities team, safety, security, superintendent, I got very support as a school board to kind of make these going. And these are just the tip of the iceberg, because we have some other ones that we're looking at improving on as we go forward. And then looking forward to having my little school get going. That is a major project that we're looking forward to that. Steph, any questions you have?
I think that just an emphasis on the security. I mean, we're taking so long to obtain these materials and things like that. I'd hate for them to be walking off because, we didn't lock a gate, or we didn't try to secure something more than just a padlock or something,
100% agreed. Through all of our contractor meetings, we've been working with the contractors, double lock, triple lock, whatever you need to do on that. We've been hit hard several times by tools and things walking away. And so we're going to do our best to try to secure that as much as possible and let the contractors know it's like, for that stuff that, probably doesn't walk away, but the stuff that walks away easily, just be very aware. Because they will come in, they'll break it in. Having that been someone who left my tools on a school at a job site, I wouldn't do that nowadays because chances are you will come back.
All
right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you. That announcements, any board member requests for agenda items?
Remember at last board, meeting, I had asked about, the kids, where they're going or what's happening over the.
Oh, attendance. You wanna
Attendance,
do
yeah.
Attendance. We can do that. We'll get that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Wyman is here, so he'll remember. I apologize for
Well, we
that.
had talked about it because
Yeah.
she had brought up,
Right,
how we're losing so many people.
right. Yeah, so for June.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That'd be great.
Maybe jumping ahead a little bit, but I'd like to see our incidences involving vapes at our secondary schools. Becoming concerning across the nation,
Mhm.
and I'm fearful that, I mean, and I think we have kind of a unique piece to it because our vapes are coming from several different locations.
Right.
And maybe from other countries, so it's concerning, and I think that I'd like to see where we're at with it and the incidents that we're having and try to
Okay.
get policies, you know, to try to thwart some of that, because it's a huge issue. So
Okay.
come to see some of that.
Mr. President, just for clarification, in gathering this data, do you want vape specific or anything considered tobacco products, drug paraphernalia?
I think vape specific, I don't hear a whole lot of the tobacco. I mean, I think it's out there, but I think there's just the more vapes. I mean, they do have, yeah, it'd be inclusive. I think there's tobacco and then the THC and then the marijuana on top of that. So it's a huge issue, and I know it takes away from the administrators and having to do
Mhm. It does.
other things because they're dealing with that for a lot. Thank you. Any other? Okay. There will be a work session June 13th, 2024 at 5:30 to continue the discussion and review of policies the district is considering for adoption for school year 2024-2025. The next regular board meeting will be June 20th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Both work session and regular meeting will be held at the Emmett Shockley Administration Building. Then adjourn into closed sessions. Somebody could make that motion.
I'll move that we adjourn into the closed executive session. Do I need to read this?
Yes.
The purpose of the closed session is for the board to discuss limited personnel matters, including but not limited to the evaluation of the superintendent as permitted by section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Personally identifiable student information specifically regarding student discipline as permitted under section 10-15-1H4 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Threatened or pending litigation as permitted by section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
I have a second.
I'll second that.
In a second, Mr. Crowe, can you take roll?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumlow? Mrs. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rostro?
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron?
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
And with that,
We'll take a little break.
We need a motion to come back in.
We're back in, open. All right, we're back on the record and we need a motion to come back out of closed session.
I make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Okay, go a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Kroll, can you take roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley?
Yes.
Mrs. Paez?
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron?
Yes.
Miss, Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
Mr. Crow, yes.
You almost forget.
Okay, and then, is there any motions?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would move that we accept the evaluation of our superintendent, Vicky Chavez, and that we propose a 3% increase in her current salary.
Okay, I have a motion.
That's my motion to accept the.
Okay. I have a motion to have a second.
I second that.
Motion and a second. Mr. Kroll, can you call roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Crumley?
Abstain.
Mrs.
Paez.
Paez? It's a
Yes.
different day. Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron?
Yes.
Mr. Crow, yes.
Yes.
And now I need a motion to adjourn.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second. Motion and a second. Mr.
Mrs. Crumley? Mrs. Paez?
Yes.
Mrs. Cameron?
Yes.
Mrs. Mr.